Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I shall be playing some Planet Zoo, continuing work on the Zoo Nocturne, or the Nocturne Zoo. Which way around did I put it? It doesn't matter. My glorious nocturnal zoo with only nocturnal animals that is only open at night, because that's just glorious, I say. I say. And my opinion is the one that counts here. My opinion is also, though, that this area right here behind the porcupine building is depressingly empty. Very, very depressingly empty. Also, I should say hello and good evening to Shy Cat, who was actually speaking in the chat before I got things started. I don't have the chat on my starting soon screen, so she would not be visible to my YouTubers, but I'd still want to say hi. Now, let's see. I'm thinking that I should use some trees. I think that I should start with some trees. And I'm thinking, like, maybe something very basic, like possibly the black spruce. We put a few black spruce back here. The little ones, not the big ones. They get a little large. Like that is a little too tall. I want them to be shorter than the building. But yeah, I'm thinking some sort of evergreen is going to be a cast invisibility. Nope, too late. You've been seen. Oh, right. Let's remember to turn random rotation on. We also have the cypress trees, although I don't love to use them in areas like this because they're a little too perfect. There's the larch, which are interesting in that no matter what edge you look at them, they're yellow, but you can see that the back is green. It's kind of funny. Unless you like zoom really far out, but I am not sure that the larch is quite the right thing here. Although the yellow would go with the color scheme. Like what I'd like to do is put in a few trees and then continue the grass like it is over here by the seating area. And I should probably let time run now that I look at it. There we go. Okay. But yeah, I'm going, like the longer grass that's going on here, I think I'm going to continue behind the porcupine building. But the main question does become like what to put in here. The larch is the right shape. I'm just not sure about the right color. It might be too much orange. I know it's hard to conceive of something like that, but there can be too much orange sometimes. The giant red cedar is just too big. But I really think that an evergreen is the right choice for this. Not the holly. Because I do like the Korean pines, but I think they might be a little too wide for the air. Yeah, just a touch too wide. Just a little bit too big around. Don't quite fit. I do love the Korean pine trees though. That's a very cast fairy fire. Oh, so everything will be more visible. Excellent. I need that since I work only at night. Oh, let's see here. Cast fairy fire on yourself. Well, I guess you can choose to fail that save then. about the yellow cedar, but once again we are talking about a tree that's a little too tall, so I think we're going all the way back up to the black spruce, because that was just about the right size, I think. So I'll put one here, and here, here, and here. And there. Yeah. Probably. Imagine a bunch of people casting fairy on each other and make a makeshift disco party. Sure, that works. Now, was this something that I used 2 grasses for, or just the one? Just the one. Yay! I made it easy on me. Okay, so what I need is some long grass terrain. Oh, let's nudge this down a little bit. There we go. I'll just put in some long grass here. Pretty sure there's some music videos like that. Oh, hello Green! Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you. And let's just fill in the long grass here. Can't find an accessible staff room with space. Oh, been a while since I've seen that alert. I will have to look into that once I finish trimming the grass that's coming through the path. Just nudge this back into the grass area like that. Yes. Tips non-existent had to well, this is the perfect day to be the literal color green, isn't it? Seeing as it is St. Patrick's Day. Oh dear, did I get the grass into the porcupines? Please tell me I didn't get the grass into the porcupines. Oh, I may have gotten some grass in the porcupines, but it's not enough to make them upset, so it should be fine. Gotta be careful about that kind of stuff. Okay, now, who educator can't find an accessible staff room with space? Where is, oh, this, why is he in the castle? There isn't a staff room in the castle. Maybe there should be a staff room in the castle. It's not like there isn't enough space. Let me just shove myself in here. Here we go. I need a staff path. Okay. Like that. Oh, okay. Well, let me Let me pull up my list. Good thing I'm already paused. Where is my list? There is my list. Okay. I used to play piano by ear, but now I use my hands. Complete silence in the chat. Okay, and facilities. Staff facilities. I need a small staff room because I don't want to try and fit a big staff room in here. Why am I doing this the hard way? There we are. Take a small staff room. Just sort of tuck it in here. And make sure it's not sticking out. It is not. And also, negative impact on guests. Ain't touching even a single one of them. Perfect. Perfect. Pretty sure it's a bunch of latency. Oh. Okay, let me yank myself out of the castle. Okay, now overflow staff can go there because I just won't assign that to a zone. So, there we go. He found the staff room. Okay. Back to the grass. See, what we do is we take this dream grass and we just use it to make the long grass lusher. And also to cover up the spots where I didn't put in long grass because it's just too tight. As long as I don't go too far into this building here, it'll all be fine. Can I be the literal color pink? I mean, you can if you want. I cannot actually control your text color. That's something that you would do with your Twitch account. Like on my server, on Discord, it's a completely different matter, but on Twitch, it is completely under your own control. I will say that you are pink on my screen today. As I don't think I actually have a role with pink assigned to it in my Discord, now that I think about it. It's one of those colors that people feel very strongly about one way or the other. I'm beginning to think that this grass is not sitting flat. Let me check. I think maybe it was not sitting flat. I think that maybe that was a problem. Going off in all sorts of diagonal directions. Oh, we're starting to get close to the wolves again. There they go. Actually quite amazing. I know that I am really quite far from the wolves as far as my zoo goes, and yet they're still so very audible. The children of the night, how they sing to me. I mean, wolf howls are supposed to carry, right? That's like what they're for, or something. Now this all is mainly for my benefit and the staff to some extent. Like, the staff are always happy when they have a nice place. They enjoy the plant life and stuff, but the guests are definitely not going to be close enough to this to get any benefit. But it's just like, I hate looking at giant expanses of plain grass that nobody is playing soccer on. So, since I can't make anybody play soccer in this game, it's going to have to be lots of plants and filler and all of that glorious stuff. Oh, there's still some grass on the path here, but eh. And we're still getting pretty unnatural here anyway, because in most cases, grass won't grow this like much underneath a big dense tree like a spruce. But I just like the look, darn it. The main question becomes, am I going to continue this grass along the side of the African-crested porcupine building? Or not? This is what I called you. Oh, I see. You bought a whole lot of emotes all at once. Well, I hope you enjoy them. I am very proud of having some of the cutest emotes on Twitch, so... I'm still not sure what to do with this triangle. I think it's going to really depend on what I do with this area here. But I don't know that this is the area that I want to work on next in the snake garden. I think maybe I should continue around the crested porcupine building. This bit of lawn is going to be something else, but I think maybe continuing the long grass thing along here, and maybe with a couple of trees. And maybe just the long grass here without the trees, since this one is so much narrower. Yeah, I think that'll work. Salt, my beloved. Yes. My glorious follower emotes. Okay, I need another tree. Something bushy. Something lowish but bushy. Oh, that's high-ish but bushy. And that just don't look right. Okay, moving along. The apple trees are actually fairly bushy. I don't know how I feel about that, though. Which I mean literal, not emotional salt. Well, you know, I personally have been on a low salt diet for over a decade now, and I will have to say, you never stop missing it. If this were a taller building on this side, I would be like, yes, this is the tree. Unfortunately, with the low roof, the tree being like this looks really weird. It looks kind of like the tree is resting on the roof as a bush. And that just doesn't work for me. The bald cypress is still entirely too large. Beech tree. Black poplar. No, just a bit too much tree there. The candelabra tree. I actually like using these as like really low stuff. Like you put them down here, they actually look pretty cool. You know, I might do that. Hold on a moment. If I do like this, yeah, I kind of like that. That sort of fills in that bulge really nicely, actually. I like it. You can make it extra fluffy by, you know, just letting another tree layer on top of it, but I don't think I'm going to be doing that today. Although, that would make it fit the space a little more. Yeah. Like that. Truly, we do not need more tree than that. That is plenty. Okay, let us unmow the grass. Carefully. Okay, okay. Then let's get in here and make sure it's not coming too far this way. Whoops, that's a lot. Bring that in. Like that. Yes. This is very pink in a tiefling or succubus way. Well, closer to the second than the first. The artist who has been the one who has done all of my emotes, they specialize in making emotes and art and stuff for League of Legends, particularly Ari. And this heart belongs to her. So, you know, she's not exactly a succubus, but she's close enough as far as League mechanics go, I'd say. Oh man, I left a lot of grass there. Oh, I left so much grass there. Let's get that grass off the path. Much better. Should play a pink tiefling sometime. Hey, why not? One of the best things about the way that the community, the D&D community is that, you know, the player's handbook and tradition and all that sort of stuff says tieflings are red. But people make tieflings of every color under the sun. And I love that. The player's handbook says tieflings are usually red, and everybody else was like, you know, nah. I love that for us as a community. I'm going to extend this under the trees. So consistency, not reality. Reality would be that these two plants would never see each other and never know each other existed, but... But you know, reality is pretty boring sometimes. That's why we play games. And as I keep saying, as long as it's not in a habitat, it does not matter. The guests are never going to complain about it. The guests do not care. Even in hard mode, the guests don't care. This one is not set to be in hard mode. This is in medium. I play almost all my games in medium. I know what medium does. I am comfortable with it. There we go. We're maybe a little sparse through here, but that's fine. It only looks thick because of the light that I have shining on the African crested porcupine sign is just like right on the grass. At least the player handbook admits Drow can have pink hair. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, why are we letting the player's handbook dictate our hair colors to us? And if Drow can have pink hair, why can't a high elf? Okay, and make sure the grass is pushed off the path. Okay, and we're gonna go back in and double check with the girls that I haven't overdone their long grass. Hi, Berry Lord. Tell me about your grass. Okay, excellent. We're still in the green. We're good. Oh, actually, have I shoved the drin grass in so far that you can actually detect it? Just as a question. Nope. Okay, good. This is the other reason why I made their building with 2 layers. Because now I have this space that I can do things right up to the walls and slightly into the walls without having to worry about them touching the porcupines. Pink hair probably works better on Drow than High Elves. Color palettes. I feel like pink hair can work in a variety of circumstances, but not with somebody who's like perfectly white. Like a Caucasian colored elf will not look quite right with pink hair. That's just a reality of the world. But if they have more Asian coloring, or if they happen to have seen a bunch of sun, like say a wood elf, or the wood elf coloring, that sort of thing, they can totally pull off pink hair. But speaking as a Caucasian person, we cannot pull off as many hair colors as we think we can. Just run this grass through here. Just have some nice consistency through this area. Make it look like I actually planned things ahead. And we'll all keep the secret from people who come in late, you know. Oh no, Foxwine's a genius. Foxwine figured it all out ahead of time. Yeah. More like Foxwine's an idiot savant, but... Oh, smart fox. Thank you, Shy. Fox smart. Just clever enough to know when I say something dumb. That's me. There we go. I'm liking that. I do think that I could do better around this corner, though. Is there a smaller clump of drin grass? Yes, there is. Okay, let's make sure that this is actually flat-ish. Now, what are those people there getting stuck on, I wonder? There wasn't even another group of people for them to be getting all worked around. Okay, that feels a lot better. Use the little clumps to fill in any place that feels particularly ignored. You know, now I think about it, I should probably take this over the other side of the building and fill in a few bits over here as well. Let's squish that down a little over here. Like that. There. Oops. Missed some more grass. Let's do a little mowing. There. I don't mind if a little bit of grass comes through on a path like this, but when it comes through on a path that's supposed to look solid like this one, it just looks so wrong. Fox brine. Oh, I'm not pickled. Oh, no, 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 no. I never stream pickled. Pickle the fox? I mean, one of my plushies is named Knife the Fox. But that's the plush's name, not mine. And yes, the plushie does have a knife. He's looking at me right now and just holding it menacingly. I'm out of pickles as I always am, except when I'm eating pickles. Well, I may have a couple of guesses as to why your pickles have run out then. Just one or two guesses. Okay, I feel much better about that. There we go. I don't know if it looks better from a distance, but it definitely looks different from a distance than it does up close. I'm pleased. I do feel like maybe I need something like right here, because this area feels really empty. Maybe I should grab a cypress after all. One moment. Couple of cypresses. No, I don't think that works for me. I do not, that does not work for me at all. You can't take a tree like this and put a cypress next to it and expect things to look right. Maybe I'm not looking for a tree at all. Maybe I'm looking for a bush. There aren't very many bushes, but maybe one of them will speak to me. The arrowroot is too short. The bramble bush is also too short. Still too short. Could put some creosote in. You know what? Let's come around here. Just put some creosote bushes in here, just in the grass. I think maybe this bush needs to be one of the smaller ones. Just make this look like one big bush. Just sort of filler. Like that. Yeah. I'm liking that. The flowering version was a little bit much, but I think these are just good. Okay. Now, let's see. I did this part. Quite pleased with that. This part, quite happy with it. Did that bit there. Question becomes, what to put here? This is a very interestingly shaped area, which makes it a little difficult to figure out what to plant there. Let's just look at flowers for a moment. I think this is a good spot for flowers. As we have the sea holly. Oh, we have angle snap on. Let's adjust that. I don't know. These might be a little bit much, even if I sync them. Yeah. Like, they're good as a back, but they're not good as against a path like this. I want to skip the azaleas because for a garden like this, I think they're a little too cultivated. We want something that looks like it's growing a little wilder, you know? As I kind of like the fairy fan flowers. The main problem is, like, I would love to make the border in this, but then what do I put on the inside? Although I suppose I could just fill the whole area with the fairy fans. But that would feel a little weird, wouldn't it? Although, what if... What if I were to say, like, use the fairy fan? Sort of like that. And then we come in with the King Protea. And we run into a grass problem. Okay, like, if I do like that... And I have to make sure to keep the grass along the edge of the path, or else the path starts to look really weird. So this is going to be a balancing act. I think I'm getting somewhere. Okay, and Getting to pink. Hey, the kings are pink. If only there were a version of the bearberry that doesn't have the berries on it. Let's see. Bracken is not gonna work for this problem. Nope, it is definitely not. Okay. Oh, that's pretty darn close. That's pretty darn close. I'm gonna pop that over there. Not the buffalo grass. Not the campion moss. Well, here we have come back to the problem of the berries. And it's not as close a match as the bearberry either. No, that's definitely not right. I think we're going with the bracken on this one. Turn off random rotation for the moment. I should probably rotate. Oh yeah, I should have rotated earlier. Sort of like this. And this will serve to mostly conceal the line between the grass and the dirt. So I can shove the dirt out further this way. There we go. Now this is going to be the interesting part. Doesn't really make a lot of difference with the bracken whether or not I'm rotating it, but might as well turn it back on so I remember. Whoops. Now this section's going to be a little interesting because of the slope. There is method in the madness, I swear. Okay, like that. And basically we end up using the bracken as a kind of a foliage to fill in around the King Pretty. So that it provides like ground cover with these awesome flowers in it. Is the general idea. Being very careful on this hillside. Like that. And then we make this bracken go away, and ta-da! I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, there's not always cohesiveness between the different sections of of the snake garden. I'm just filling in each little bit as I feel like. It's going to end up looking very interesting, I think. The trick is to not do it all at once. You don't want it all ending up looking the same. So you do a little bit one day, you do another little bit another day. Oh hey, a tour! Y'all enjoying yourselves? There's so many children in this zoo. This zoo is open from 6 p.m. until midnight. What the heck are there so many children here? You should not be bringing your children to this zoo. Blech. But yes, eventually the snake garden will actually be a garden. Admittedly, with a large number of trees in it, because there's a lot of space going on here. But a garden all the same. Admittedly, I did kind of stick to a theme close to the quote-unquote house, but that only seems right. As the main question is whether I should be doing the daisies thing over here, the way that I did in the other areas around the house, or if I should be doing something else with this. Also, I have a dog rose bush just sort of sitting here. And I mean, it's not that it's wrong there, it's just... I don't know if I had a plan for this section. But yeah, as long as I'm taking a quick breather while I think about what to do next, let's check out how people are feeling. Well, energy levels are still lower than they ought to be, but everything else is looking pretty good. I'm definitely not charging enough for the train. I want to go on the steam train. The zoo is great. Great scenery. Want to go steam train. I'm so glad the toilet's free. This is a very spacious zoo, isn't it, though? Zoo ticket price is great. A lot of toilet mentions and a lot of train mentions. I'm glad they're liking the train. But I also realized that I need to rename my train stations a little bit. So I'm just gonna squeeze myself in here. Don't mind me, folks. Yeah, right now it's called Main and East, but they should have station. So the East should actually be the East Station. And the Main should be the Main Station. Because the other night I was looking at a mechanic who was coming to do maintenance, and it said he was going to East. And I was just, oh. But yes, I do love how popular my train is. It would be nice if we could fill the entire queue, but still, this is a respectable number of people and a disturbing number of children. Yeah, I think maybe it's time to start working on this habitat, because I can't really finish filling in this area until I know what I've got here. So I know what animal I'm putting in here, but I need to do a little prep work. I'm going to start with, okay, yes, this is currently set to soil. That's perfect. Terrain stamp tool. I want a cube. I want a fairly... Okay, apparently I can't make anything bigger than 20 meters. That's interesting. Well, that's irritating. Alright, enjoy your lurk, Shy. It was nice having you here. 4 meters is too high. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna take a construction here and a wall, one of these. Just gonna pop that down there. And then okay, that is not actually helping. I can't see it is the problem. You're supposed to be dirt right now. Like, I want you to stamp in dirt so I can see the heck I'm doing. Well, apparently it won't let me. So I'm gonna do like that. Now we're gonna use flatten a foundation. Going to make this a little bit bigger. Yeah, not tall enough. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna move it in here. Actually, you know what? I should be doing this. Listen to the sound of the dirt moving, yes. Okay, there we go. Then take this, put it here. Okay, you know what? I can do this with a smaller square. Let's do this with a smaller square and try and be... Nope. That's it. That's it right there. because I want the level of the ground to be basically level with the... I saw somebody else do this in another zoo for a very small animal, that they like raised the floor up to the very bottom of the viewing windows to make it easier for people to see. And I thought, hey, that's a really good idea. So while I have not attempted this before, I am trying this now. Bring this as far towards the path as possible. Because this is kind of in the back away from things, I'm going to allow viewing from the path. So, rather than building an inside loop. And you know what? Given that I'm using this really dark wood over here, and then there's that going on over there, I think I will continue using this this Arctic wood. The main problem is going to be the curve, though. I wonder if maybe I should make a loop after all. Just to not have to, like, build into that curve. I wonder. If I say build across here. Nudge this here. If I take not like that. Not like that at all. I'm not loving that. Hmm. Okay, back to editing. Let's bring the grids down. Let's take these 3. Like this. Leaves me to try and figure out something for here, but the question becomes, okay, it's not quite the right color of green, but, or brown, but it'll do. If we do like this, and line that up with the bottom sill like that. Like that. I still have random rotation on. Okay, so we do like that. Mash it down into the ground. Line this up with the top here. Whoop. This part I'm going to have to do by eyeball. Or do I have to? I don't have to. Make that the same height as the top. And like that. False window! Let's do it this way. Line this up like this. And that there like that, I guess. I'm gonna have a bunch of people complaining that they can't see what's going on in the back. But I should probably double check like what my space requirements actually are around here. Because I seem to remember that 500 was actually a bit much. But I'm not 100% sure. Oh, man. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do either. I think this is actually my best bet. It's gonna end up being a little bit of a weird looking corner, but maybe if I like plant a bunch of stuff there, I won't notice it too much. There. I have to admit I don't love this. I don't like the big gaps between the viewing and the... just gonna put that there right now. There is method in this madness, I swear. I do like this. The important part to me is like keeping the viewing windows exactly the same size, so I do like that. I did hiccup a little there. Like that. Whoa! Come on, mouse, come on. Cooperate with me here. This is the problem with having used dirt, because now I can't tell the line between the path and... But yeah, that'll do. Actually, while I'm at it, 30 is too much. 15 might be just right. Close enough. Make the front look right. I can mess around with the back until it looks better. Most of this is a fairly easy fix. All I really have to do here is use the shorter piece. Line this up all pretty. Precision. And like that. Now obviously there's still some more stuff to be done, but I want to get this all this. Make sure everything's nice and smooth and pretty and stuff. And scooch this one this way just a little. Rotate it just a little. Did I rotate it? Is that rotated? I can't tell. It's not rotated. Whoops. Nope. I didn't want to move it. I wanted to duplicate it. Like that. That. Just gonna put this one over here for now. Kind of like this. This is another one of those cases where no matter what I do, it's going to end up looking a little weird, huh? Alright, I will live with that then. Yeah, it's gonna be a little weird, a little strange, no matter what I do. I shall cultivate being fine with this. it'll have to do. Now, when did my uprights get taller than my... Why did that happen? That's odd. This. Like that. That. Succeed in making the post look even weirder. Go me. Okay, okay. Whoops, wrong one. Wrong one. This down. I'm mystified how these posts ended up, the upright posts ended up being taller. Where did I heck up is the question. Strange. I'll work with it though. mean, doing it like this does keep it from flickering, so... So we'll make it work. Wrong one, I think. This. Close enough. Like that. Nope, nope, not that piece. This piece. Like that. Like that. Whoops. I meant to duplicate, not... like that. And then I'll use one of these as a facade. I rotated too far. Oh, for crying out loud, please just be upright. That's odd. Maybe it's just the angle that I'm looking at it, but it doesn't look like that's actually straight against it. Very strange. Yeah, that's not straight at all. What is going on here? One moment. If I just like plonk one of these down and say be upright. Like that. It's possible that those uprights that just would not cooperate wouldn't cooperate because they weren't actually upright. There. And I kind of want the door over here, but I need to figure that out. So let's exit from editing this. And I do want to double check here. Now, what I want to put in here are actually the skunks. So very cute, but also very tiny. So very tiny. Now, let's see. Well, the maximum number that I can have in here is 2, and that's if I get 1 male and 1 female. Oh yeah, I'm building way too big for them. This is going to be absolutely gigantic for them. Well, let's take this entire back wall. And bring it into like here. Okay, let's take this garbage can and I'm gonna put it over here. This. Put that there. Like that. definitely make that work. Don't mind me while I do horrifying things in the name of... Okay, and convert that to null barrier as well, please. Thank you. Whee! Okay. Now, add a post, squish that in there. Line that up there. Okay, finagle this until the whole thing is on the outside. Outside, I said. Okay, fine. You know what? I'll do this a stupid way, because you're forcing me to. Like that. Do. And like that. Okay. Definitely still more work, but this is enough to check. 360. Which is more than we need. Yes, it is. Okay, perfect. And that means that I can get rid of this. And let's get back to work in here. Okay, you know what? I am going to let it stick out of that way a little bit, just in the name of not blocking the door. There we go. Now, the question is... do I use glass or mesh? Let's see. Let's let's see. They're shy of humans. Okay, we're using one way of glass then. Get that flat against there. Okay, yeah, I hecked up already, thank you. That. Oh yeah, I gotta do it from this side so that I can see. This is why I usually like doing this before I put the barriers in. Why is this post so incredibly wrong? I'm gonna have to fix that. Nothing I do is gonna make this look right, though. Maybe I should just make this a solid panel. I think my life might be easier if I do. seems a pity after I went to all the trouble of making that look that way, but yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to get the glass to look anywhere close to nice in here. Ah, well. Like that. And like that. Yeah. Okay. Over here in nature. Going to filter for taiga. Make sure that's flat. Like that. And like that. Gotta make sure it's not coming through, which it is over here just a little. like that, like the other way around. And what I'm doing here is I'm just making sure that this ground level that I want is basically extended all the way. This is how you do it when you don't have mods, which I don't have. And this way the floor is supposed to be level. Now I'm going to do this without angle snap for a little bit because it's really not cooperating with me. And I'm not even touching the edge. Oh boy. And after I went to considerable difficulty too. Like that, and then make sure that there isn't a rock poking out the side. There is not. Let's turn angle snap back on. Too far. Okay, squish this up into here. Like that. And that's a nice little shelter thing. Because it does end up looking weird if you just have one line of rock. So I'm just trying to... Kind of like that. I will fix it up a little. It's not just going to be dirt and rocks in here. But yeah, I'm going to go with that. Okay. And then this all the way along here should be opaque. I don't want people standing over here looking in here. It's going to be bad enough that they'll be standing over here looking in here. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty okay about that. I like it. I like it. Nice little enclosure. Now, to find some skunks. Let's see. These skunks are not terribly pretty, are they? Speaking of animals that I didn't... I still can't quick trade these guys away, huh? I can send them to zoo, but I can't actually sell them off. That's unfortunate. Oh well. I don't know. I feel like I could have prettier skunks. Yeah, we'll have to give them some time. But the good news is that now that I've built this enclosure, I can fill in around and it'll be all good. Speaking of, I'm just gonna It's mostly dirt in the skunk enclosure, and I'll fix that once I have skunks, but out here we can have grass. I'm just gonna fill in a few more of these bushes. Because I don't see any reason not to fill this area with these bushes, now that I know how big this area is. Like that. Oh, that's funky. And I had these, which I think are good, like, lower fill for these sort of areas. As I tend to find the lines between grass and plant, like the low-lying grass areas and the plants, to be quite stark. So I'm just trying to mitigate that a little bit. Okay, where are my... Oh, you're all adorable. Okay, can you sense any of those plants? Do they make you upset? Nope, they do not. Okay, good. Thank you for your contributions. Whoop, no, I don't want to end up inside the cliff, thank you. Speaking of, what if... I don't really want to flatten, I want to extend. Like that's not actually what I'm wanting to be doing. I don't want it to be flat. I want the slope to continue. More like that, maybe? Still a bit flatter than I really want it to be, but... Let's get a little smaller and start pushing it around a little. Because I don't really want an overhang. Just paint this up and make it look a little less knobbly and more like that. I want to give it a little push, like right here. Sticking out a little too far there for my taste. More like that. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Whoop. More like that. Cliffs shouldn't be green is the main thing here. There we go. Okay, have we got different skunks yet? Oh, these are even less pretty than the previous ones. Okay, well, what I'm gonna do... What I will do is I will take my break. So I will save the zoo, like so. And I will take a quick break to refill my drink, have a quick stretch, turn on my air purifier, have a little bio break, all that sort of glorious stuff. And I will do those things and I will be back in just a few minutes.
Victory! Emotional damage.
Fatality.
Hello, Lisa. I hope you've been enjoying yourself while I've been on my
Stop.
break.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, my. Keeping yourself very busy during my break, I see. Well, I am back, so it's time to see if some handsomer skunks have been turned up. I thought you were away from... No, I just refilled my drink and turned on my air purifier. Had a quick bio, and now I'm back. And also, I can totally see when you're playing my sound alerts for your own amusement. It says so right in the chat. Pretty skunks? Nope, those are not pretty skunks at all. Well, I guess we're gonna just keep having to check back to see if the skunks have become handsome yet. In the meantime, let's continue prep for the skunks. So, this is going to be the striped skunk habitat. The last habitat in the eastern side of the zoo. Speaking of, we need to add that to the Keeper Northeast zone. Add that right in there. And also hire them a keeper. Hello, Kelly. Just hanging around. Time for you to join Keeper Zone Northeast. Welcome to your life, for the rest of your life, and forever! Okay, let's see, what else? We can start setting up the habitat. Species. Striped skunk. I'm not giving them a burrow because I've given them a very nice, what do you call this? Ledge? I think I'll call this a ledge. I've given them a nice ledge. Too big. I can make this work. Oh, I meant to give them leaves. Oh well, too late now. Is it sticking out? No, not really. Okay, we're good. 2 skunks should be have more than enough space in there. Okay, and we want to give them a large food bowl. Which I'm going to put down like this so that I don't end up adding it to the group. And a water pipe. I'll just put that there. And enrichment. We'll put a slow feeder here. And a bubble machine like here. The problem when the habitat is so small is actually getting stuff into it. Put a tennis ball here. And a Skittle feeder like up here. And a blood scent marker. I don't really have a good place to put this, do I? Wait. If I just pop it in right here. Hopefully that's not sticking up too much. Aren't these like supposed to be like, yeah, they're supposed to be fully in the ground. So like if I do this, yeah, like that. Okay, I just need animals to put in here. None of you are pretty. Why aren't you pretty? I will be patient or something. Well, let's put in some more plants. I don't really want to start work on the lake yet. I keep going over to look at it because, oh boy, does it need work. But I don't have any ideas for the porcupine's front yard. I really don't want like anything that will be blocking the windows. But that still leaves quite a lot of possibilities. Wait, are these people? Nope, they're just reading the sign. They're not actually looking at my girls. Why? Why won't you look at the porcupines? They're beautiful. There's some really good looking girls here. The only thought we have is, I wish I could have stayed longer. You could have stayed longer. There was nothing stopping you from staying longer. Whoops! I don't want to be in the roof. How much did I put that in the building? Oh, quite a lot. Oh dear. That is the only rotation that keeps it out of the building. I still like that better. Yeah, that feels a lot more correct. Yeah. I think that's much better. You think it's nice scenery, right? You're not actually thinking about the scenery. Okay. Well, thank you for your input anyway. What odd and interesting places my educators choose to educate people in. Oh my goodness. That one dude in the plaid is so impressed and happy about this. He was dancing. They're dancing. Why does this whole group... Wait. Hold on a moment. What is this group of tech bros? What is this cluster of tech bros with their earpieces? Wait, is that my zoo tour? Hold on a moment. Did they buy my zoo tour? I can't tell. They only thought the view of the red panda was fine? How could you, tech bro? How could you? They really liked the Timberwolves, though. And they do think my zoo is a beautiful place. But yeah, having people be able to go into the Timberwolf habitat, it tends to make people very happy when they can go into the habitat of things that they would not normally be able to go into. Like, they are 100% safe from the wolves, and the wolves are 100% safe from them. And life is good. Oh, let's move on from what that wolf was doing. And it's all good and glorious in here. I don't know why they don't want trees or anything, but they seem to be perfectly happy. You are perfectly happy, right, Emelina? Yeah, look at that. You are a little low on enrichment. There's not enough food enrichment for all the wolves. I can fix that. Give me a sec here. Turn off Striped Skunk. Turn on Timberwolf. That sounds wrong now that I think about it. There we go. Filter for Timberwolf. Filter for food enrichment. Let's give them a pronghorn pinata. Oh, a second pronghorn pinata. Oh, you're adorable. We'll put this over here. And 100% enrichment. Thank you, Winona. And Emma here is immediately taking advantage of it. But yeah, this is as close as I can get my guests to my wolves and vice versa without anybody being in danger. And they do seem to really like it. Although these guys don't... Oh, yeah, enjoying the view of the Timberwolf. But yeah, they... Basically, from these paths, they can see everywhere in this habitat. But especially the feeding platform in the center, so when it's feeding time, everybody has the best view because it is, like, right on the level with them. And of course, because I'm very extra, it's a giant hashtag from the sky! I'm very proud of that, thank you. I know nobody said anything, but I'm still proud of it anyway. Okay, well, maybe I should work on the snake garden a little bit, or maybe I should check the... Let's check the skunks. Well, 1,575 seems to be as pretty as skunks get. So, let's take this guy. And we'll keep an eye out for a girl who is about that level as well. I'm sad that they're not prettier. I have like this little sliver in here to fill in. Right by my hated bridge. I put this in for a reason. It was a good reason. Because I hate dead-ending paths. Dead-end paths are really awful. In this game especially. But man, I do not like having this bridge here. Not least of which because I can't put a sign that says welcome to the snake garden anywhere here. It's just, it doesn't work. Like maybe I could put a sign here? Okay, let's see. Media devices and education. This is close to what I want, but this is not actually what I want. I do want an angle, but I don't want an angle that's quite that sharp. I may have to do this myself, and I don't really want to, but... Well, anyway, let's start with this thing. Let's use this thing as a base. This. Okay, and it's not a habitat education board that goes on here, so we'll just replace that with a screen. will snap back on. Run that at, oh yeah, like that. Just a bit more vertical like that. Like that. I hate how climbing is enabled on all this stuff. Oh, it's really sticking through now. Okay, I need 2-meter TV. Ooh, right. Random rotation. Try this again. Squish that down on there. Center it like that. Okay. Now this group, turn off the climbing. The image that goes in here is the Nocturne Snake Garden. And the add targets. All the snake habitats. Sorry, snake exhibits. All the snake exhibits. The brats and the brews. Did I miss a snake? Is it really 7 snakes or was it 8 snakes? I did not miss a snake. Huh. Okay. If you want people to actually stop and look at your signs, you need to set advertisement targets to them. Which is fairly simple. You just gotta remember. I still don't understand why the image ended up so white. I made it much darker when I was putting it together. But oh well. This does remind me the trees that I put in over by the porcupines. Did I turn off climbing on them? Are they even climbable? Okay, black spruce is not climbable. We already know that creosote bushes are not climbable. What about candelabra trees? Nope, they are also not climbable. Perfect. Awesome. It's tempting to, like, just extend this treatment over here, but I think it needs at least one more tree. Possibly a tree here and a tree here. Yeah, I need 2 trees. Let's see. Filter for tree. And let's turn random rotation back on. Oops. I don't think an apple tree is quite right here. Might work here though. Don't really need much tree in this spot. This may well be plenty tree. Yeah. Okay. I really gotta stop clicking on the bald cypress. I know they're too much tree. Why I keep forgetting that they're too much tree is the question. The beech tree is simultaneously not enough tree and too much tree. Black poplar just doesn't work for me. Not putting in a black spruce is close to those other black spruces. Definitely not putting in cherry blossoms. What about an ash tree? Wait a minute, what kind of tree is this? That is also an ash tree. Okay, so if that's going to be an ash tree, then this can't be an ash tree. That's my personal rule. We can't put 2 of the same tree too close together. The corkwood trees are adorable. They make better bushes than trees. Although that is a nice substantial little creature. I wonder if there's someplace else in the snake garden that I could pop this. Little overwhelmed by the bushes if I put it there. Oh, I have an idea. If I like fill this area with these, it can probably manage to hide the hole without me having to actually put grass in it. Maybe? I don't know that I want to fill it all with bushes when I did that over here though. Pop that in there. That's what I'm gonna do. Now, back to the space I was actually trying to fill. Custard apple trees, also adorable little trees. Bloodwoods. Love them. Definitely can't use them here, which is a pity because their bark totally matches the snake. But it just isn't the right tree for around here. It just doesn't look like the others. It doesn't belong. tree. I'm not really feeling the elm tree. Fever trees, I love. I've used elsewhere in the park, actually. Don't think I can really use them here because, once again, they just don't go with the other trees in the garden. What just happened? Why did it reset? There are the fig trees, which, yeah, doesn't really work for the space, just a little too much. Ghost gum, I used these elsewhere in the garden. Don't think they go quite in this spot. I think I need a more North American, European sorta. Ginkgo's a little too big, I think. I know the Himalayan stuff looks a little too tortured. Don't think holly is quite right for this spot. There's the hookthorn acacia, which ought to look wrong, but doesn't. Don't I have another one of these around here somewhere? Yeah, there's this, it's this one, it's right there. Darn it, I'm using all my favorite trees. How am I supposed to get new trees? Not the kapok. Not a palm tree. No, Korean pine. I need something more deciduous here. London plane tree? I don't know. All these dark trees and then this light one? Maybe not for this spot. The mangrove apples. Maybe not. Marula? I'm not sure about the marulas. I'm just gonna pop this in the path for now as a maybe. The monkey puzzle trees are too big. Great name for a tree though. I love the name. Pingo, definitely too large. Oak trees also way too big. Although I've been trying. I've been trying to convince myself to put in some oak trees at the castle, but it blocks all the lovely details that I put in. Come to think of it, do I need to go and turn climbing off on that? Let me just... Oh, yeah, I will. Oh, I came all the way back over this way. You, no climbing. None. Verboten. Okay, back to my contemplation over here. Olive trees. Not really quite the right tree for the spot, I think. Ombu, definitely too big. Ponderosa pine, also too big. We're skipping things like the palm trees. Quaking aspen. I'm putting like very dark trees in here. But no, I don't think that works for me. Quiver tree. Make way better bushes than trees. Rainbow eucalyptus. Possibly a little bit too much tree. I think it's going to be a little bit too much tree. Come to think of it, was this tree? Oh yeah, it has climbing enabled. Let's turn that off. River bush willow, which is what I was fooling around with over by the food court. Not quite the right tree for the spot, I think. Sausage tree. I see. Simultaneously not enough and way too much. Scots pine, definitely too much, and also not deciduous. Silky oak. Why are oak trees always so much tree? Let's see. Skipping past the strangler roots. Strangler figs are awesome trees. I just don't think it's the right tree for this spot. Stringywood eucalyptus. Ooh, that's a lot of tree. Sudanese frankincense. Definitely not enough tree. Sugar maple. Just not what I'm looking for. Sycamore maple. Also not really quite what I'm looking for. Tamarind tree just doesn't go along with the other trees that are nearby. I do like using tamarinds. They're lovely and bushy. It's just I'm not sure that this... I don't think this spot is the spot for it. But perhaps there's a spot for it over here? Like maybe not for the biggest one, but for the next biggest one? do kind of like it there. I'll put it there and work with it later, although... Climbing check. I've always got to remember to check my trees for climbing. Okay. That was a tamarind. I'm already pretty sure that the umbrella thorn acacia is not gonna work. This is one of those close but no cigars, I think. Although it is just about the right height. Maybe I can make it work? Turn off climbing on that. You, come with me. No tree shall be wasted. Yeah, actually, you know what? You fight with the bushes pretty well. Here, you can live here. Okay. Let's grow some grass. Because, yeah, I think I know... What I'll do is I'll continue the daisies thing on this side of the fence. And on the staff side of the fence, I'll keep up with the drin grass. Whoops. Shorten the grass where it goes into the path, because I hate looking at it. Like that. Like that. Make sure it's not coming through the path on this side, because that would be even worse. Yep, there we go. Okay. Alright. Duplicate that drin grass. Consistency, yay. Main thing is, I really don't want to go through the fence with this stuff. I only want it on the staff side. So this gets very interesting. See, that's the thing, is that like the in-game long grass is so sparse. It just doesn't look real. So it really needs the assistance of the drin grass or the buffalo grass or even creative uses of the bluegrass to give it some volume. You know, you give it the help of some of this lovely drin grass. And suddenly, hey presto, it starts to look a little more real. Like that. Although I think I may have done this in a little bit too much of a hurry because I'm still seeing a lot of holes. Alright, there we go. And then we get the daisies over on this side. You'd never be able to do this in a real zoo because people would pick all your flowers. Which is a pity, because look at how nice this looks. There. I'll just move this way just a little. Because that feels better. Oh, oops, I've got long grass on the path over here. Okay. Time to do a little mowing. There. I feel like maybe I should do the daisies thing through here as well, just for consistency around the building. I do think I'm gonna leave the dog rows here, though. Unless... No, if I move it over there, then it's gonna be interacting in a very weird way with the tree. So yeah, I think I'll just leave the dog rows where it is. Okay. We'll unmow the... Whoa! Sorry about swinging the camera around so much tonight. I'm using a mouse that I'm not used to, and it keeps trying to escape from me. And all sorts of other weird stuff keep happening, and my control is not what it would normally be. My new mouse is supposed to be arriving soon. Supposed to be. I'll believe it when I see it. Literally. Okay, there we go. Waving stands of grass. Now I'll just grab this bunch of daisies over here. Just work my way through and around. Make sure we have good coverage. having to keep an eye on this. The ground is not level around here. So I have to make sure that I neither have underground daisies nor do I have gravity-defying daisies. Well, I came full circle, but I haven't filled in the middle. But we're getting there. Do you suppose Underground Daisies would be a good band name? Sounds kind of folk. Okay. I can see the end in sight. There. Little bit at a time. This garden keeps getting prettier and prettier. I mean, it's not the most formal of gardens, but who would expect a witch to keep a formal garden? Alright, time for a skunk check. Oh! You're a very pretty lady. You are a very pretty lady. Thank you for being pretty. Okay, that's a male and a female. One of whom is... Whoa, they're the same now? Weird. Alright, well, send to zoo. Into the quarantine with you two. I do want to fill in this triangle somehow, but I'm waiting to decide. Oh, and this one too. But I'm waiting to decide until the skunks arrive. Oh yes, and I do have putting a fence in along here on my list. I wonder if I just extended this fence along there, would that be fine? I'd like for that to be fine. I mean, admittedly, this fence is like a million tiny pieces. But it looks good. And it would kind of make sense to like continue that fence along here to the bridge. I think that's the thing to do. But first we're gonna get I'm gonna get my skunks situated. Oh, the thing I feared has begun. They're looking at the foxes from here. Okay, let's pause for a moment here. The view of the Arctic fox from here is quite good. You can really tell they put a medium amount of thought into the planning. You can really tell they put a medium amount of thought into this. Isn't it nice to be praised, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between? Isn't it nice that people, you know, recognize your efforts? I put a lot of effort into putting this train track in and making this fit to the train track. I didn't care if you could see them from this path, because there's like a giant wall of windows right over there. Jerks. Anyway. Quarantine has passed. Time for you to meet your new home. Come with me through this building. Over the wolverines. Over the African dogs. And into the striped skunks. They'll get here eventually. Someday my skunks will come. Okay. One skunk's being picked up. And the other skunk's being picked up. They're on the way! I really should put a fence in here too. If I could put railings on only one side of the path, I would totally do it that way. Just extend this railing. Unfortunately, can't do that. So I think I might do something absolutely insane instead. But first the skunks. First the skunks. Here they come. They ran all the way across the zoo with these. And that's when I realized I hadn't set up any education here. Like, zero education going on here. Let's see. I need a habitat education board. I need to turn off random rotation. Okay. Habitat Education Board. Put one right here. And I do not normally use these in my zoos, but I think this is the way to go. And then put an educational speaker right here. And adjust that sucker. Oh, I almost had it there. That'll do. And then duplicate that sucker like here. Okay, you are talking about the skunk. You are also talking about the skunk quite loudly. Maybe not quite that loudly. That loudly. You are also talking about a skunk, and so are you. And as long as you're talking about the same thing, it's fine that you over... Oh. Oh. Scooch you over here. Striped skunk education's gonna be a little weird. But it'll be fine. And I want a post right here because this panel needs to be opaque. Why are you declining to be opaque? I've not had a barrier refuse this before. This is odd. Oh, I know why. It's because it's on the path. Okay. Alright. Never mind. It's fine. I will have people looking at skunks through this wall, I guess. I guess it's fine. Okay, now that I'm educating the people... let's see here. Grade 3 food quality. Y'all are adorable. You're quite unhappy with your terrain though, and I understand. This much soil isn't good for anybody. You'd like some grass. They're starting to get to an amount of grass that is much more adequate for them. That'll do. It's still a lot more soil than they expected, but... But it's within acceptable parameters, is what I'm saying. You don't want plants? Please let me give you plants. And then she realized she doesn't actually know how to put plants in what she's done. Oh no. I mean, I don't want anything like too much, just something. I don't want to give them like a gigantic tree that will take up lots and lots of space, because that's kind of pointless for them. So I'm gonna try and give them like really, oh, that's a really skinny tree, but not the way that I meant. Like really skinny trees. And like ground cover type stuff. I could grow them some Virginia creeper, but I don't actually think that's a good idea. I could give them a single quaking aspen. See, that's nice tree, but it doesn't really take up a lot of ground space. Bit of buttercup. Elm tree, too much tree. Give it a bit of moss here and there. I really ought to have random rotation on when I'm doing this, but okay, how are y'all feeling so far? You're at 50%. Okay. Okay, we're all right. We're still outside of the danger zone. Wow, that fulfilled 8%, and I also dislike it intensely. Make that go away. Maybe I just put in another quaking aspen. I don't really want to put in 2 of the same tree, though. Trying to decide how I feel is very difficult sometimes. That is a very large tree. A lot more than what I need for my purposes. But I'm wondering if, like, I put in this, would I be happier? Maybe? Yeah, I'll put this in. And maybe I, like, put a sycamore maple in over here? Hopefully the African dogs can't sense the maple. Maybe instead of putting the maple there... Ooh, climbing enabled. Maybe instead of putting it there, I put it here? You're not climbable. I already disabled your climbing. Yeah, you know what? I like that maple tree there. That's a good maple tree. I wonder if I can build a hedge here, like I could in the other place. Like, there might be enough clearance, but it's not going to be enough to stop the people on the bridge from looking. Ah, well. At least they think that the view is fairly good from there, so I guess I'll live with it. It's just not what I wanted. Don't mind me, I'm in a buttercup mood apparently. Where are the meadow buttercups? No, that's bracken. That's buffalo grass. Further, further. Cornflower. Holly, getting closer. Labrador, London. There we are. Okay, there we go. Hopefully I haven't made them unhappy yet. %81 coverage. Quite a lot. But none of the plants make them unhappy, so let's just make sure I didn't take too much space away from them. I did not. Happy skunks. The nutrition is at 87%, but the first time that they get a 3 meal, that'll go right up. And people are coming to look at them. Oh, the bug is still here. Oh, that's unfortunate. There is currently a bug that makes the skunk's food dishes inaccessible. This could end up being a problem. If I have to, I will toss the skunks back into storage until the bug is fixed. Although they might get enough food from their food enrichment. We'll have to find out. But yeah, if we start to get stress warnings from our skunks, it's gonna be because their food bowl is considered to be inaccessible. But yeah, I wonder, is it just the large food bowl? Or is it also the small one? Because they don't necessarily need the large one for only 2 skunks. Obstructed. Obstructed by what? Okay, if I put that down there. Okay, the small one is accessible. Okay, so is it being on the rock? Please tell me it's... No, it is not being on the rock. Okay, the big food bowl is inaccessible, but the small one is not. So... So we'll use the small food bowl until the bug with the big food bowl is fixed. Lord only knows what's going on with that, but at least the small one works. Oh, my cute, adorable little skunks. Okay, well, that was the last habitat that I had for the northeastern portion of the zoo. There's still a couple, at least, that go in down there, but I'm not going to worry about them yet, because I'm still trying to finish out this area of the zoo. We are starting to look a lot better. I do need to fill a bit here. I'm not going to worry about up the hill. I'm not going to bother with doing anything with or for that, but I would like to have something in here. Something. Back to nature. Going to remove all of these. We're going to go back to filtering for trees. The main problem here is that, like, I need something that will not touch the skunks or the African wild dogs, because there is absolutely nothing that the two of them have in common. So... we need something that will not go into either of their habitats, but that will still fill in this zone adequately. I don't think the Aquilaria is the right choice. I also think the bald cypress is not the right choice. The beech tree, no. Like, the beech tree can probably touch the skunks without too much problem, but it cannot touch the dogs, and it's definitely gonna do both. Oh, why does this spot have to be so narrow? Black poplar, right size, not the right height. Black spruce. What I'd really like is like a tall but narrow tree. Like one of these, but scaled more for my zoo. Or at least scaled more for this spot. Yeah, the ash tree might do it. If I pop you down here like this, pretty sure the dogs can't sense you, but let's double check. Nope, the dogs cannot sense that tree. And it doesn't matter if the skunks can, because this is a tree that the skunks don't mind. Right? Well, they don't sense it, so it's not a problem. Okay. We found the perfect tree. I am gonna extend these bushes a little. Because frankly, it feels weird not to. I'm not going to fill the whole space with them. That feels a little overkill. But let's just bend them around the corner a little. Yeah, that's a bunch better. I love that people are actually coming to see the skunks. I was worried they wouldn't be pretty enough. Can get a good view. It's good to see these striped skunks looking so healthy. Seeing a striped skunk so clearly is awesome. I will cherish this memory forever. See, that's why I raised the floor. These skunks are just tiny little creatures. So I thought the other creator, one of the YouTubers, unfortunately I do not remember which one, but one of the YouTubers who makes zoos was making a zoo. I believe it was also a nocturnal zoo. And they were talking about how with tiny creatures like the skunks, you want to raise them up so that they're easier for people to see, and you know, bring them up to the bottom of the window like this. So the skunk is like right at knee level, perfect viewing, and behind glass, no smelling. It's perfect. Look how happy these people are. This skunk is close enough to touch if it weren't for the glass. So, yeah, whoever you are, YouTuber whose name I've forgotten, thank you very much for the idea. This is perfect. This is really excellent. I'm very glad. They're so tiny. Yeah, we're still waiting for them to be fed so that their nutrition will go to 100%. But yeah, these are some happy skunks. This is good. This is good. The skunks are so pretty, people take selfies at their enclosure. And see, putting the rocks all the way up against it does disguise the weird corners that I have going on here. So, you know, all for the better. All for the better. And hopefully someday the glitch with the food bowl will be solved. But it does look like the small food bowl will work. It says accessible. Why they find it impossible to see the big food bowl, I do not understand this glitch. But thankfully you can get around it with multiple small bowls, or I think with 2 skunks and as many food. That's not one of them. The food type enrichments, that they should be fine. Oh, yes, and let's make sure that... Yeah, the mechanic is visiting once a year. That's perfect. See, and here's the veterinarian to check in on them. Are they awesome? They are awesome. Okay. Fencing. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to take this group and I'm going to attempt to grab a single fence panel, which I have not quite managed. And... oh, perfect timing. Thanks, train. Like that. And like that. Oh. Angle, turn off angle snap. I will turn off random rotation as well. But I can't quite do that yet. Soon, though. And I said deselect those. And deselect these. And I believe that is just one fence chunk now. Yep, just one fence panel. And we're just gonna continue. And drop this just far enough that you can't see that block. I said that you can't see that block. just keep on keeping on. That might have been a little bit too far on the rotation. Like that. And start curving this away. It is an interesting thing that I have noticed between YouTube and Twitch. The majority of Twitch streams are people who are very new to Planet Zoo. I am speaking specifically about Planet Zoo and not other games here, just to be very, very clear. On Twitch, it's mostly people who are very new to Planet Zoo, who are just learning the game, who have just started it out, who have possibly skipped the tutorials and gone straight into either franchise or sandbox mode, depending on temperament. But on YouTube, it is much more the people who have figured out the game, who are, you know, building sandbox zoos that are very elaborate and sometimes photorealistic. It's mostly sandbox building that I see on YouTube. And it's mostly people learning the game that I see on Twitch. And it's such an interesting contrast. I mean, since I put my archive my streams up on YouTube, I kind of have a foot. Most of my foot is in Twitch, it must be admitted. YouTube is my archive, it is not my home, so to speak. But I do have a foot in the YouTube camp because I archive on there. And my stream is much more the kind of stuff that you would find in the YouTube videos, which is, you know, people building things. Using a million tiny pieces to make a fence, for instance. Like I'm doing right now. Although I didn't actually design this fence. This was done by someone over in the Steam workshop who was kind enough to share their piles of fences with the rest of the world. And for which I am very grateful, because this has turned out to be the perfect fence for the snake garden. And now to extend along the tracks here. And I mean, this is not a perfect fence. This is a fence that the average human would be able to climb over very, very easily. But the thing is, I just really like the way this fence looks. And I think it fits the feel that I've been going for the snake garden this whole time. And it's very malleable. Like, any time that I have needed to make a corner that is very tight, I've been able to shorten out this thing with great ease. And you can't really say that about every fence that one makes in the game. You usually get around that by making fences that are 2 meters rather than 4 meters. But even then, sometimes 2 meters is too much, even then. Okay, come on, come on. There. And honestly, this fence is really nice in that it rotates quite easily. Because it's using the little slats, you don't get the weirdness at the corners with the strange rotations. So this has been a really good fence to choose to use. And I really don't regret my choice of this fence for the snake garden, and now beyond the snake garden. This is rather closer to the tracks that I want to be. So I think I'm going to tip myself outward just a little bit here. And then we go back to faithfully following the tracks, but from a little bit further away. Still a little closer than it's strictly necessary to be. So I think I'm going to take a sharper bend here than I need to, just to be a bit further out. That feels a little better. I want to try to do here is to just run the fence straight into the bridge support and call it a day there. At least with this side. Oh, that's terrible timing when I'm trying to do this. Yeah, if I just put this here, I'm gonna put this over here because I'm gonna want more of this, but just take all of these . And then just delete this stuff. Not letting me select these boards for some reason. Huh, for a moment there it was like they ceased to exist. Okay. Then delete those. Oh, don't need those either. Tuck this in. Yeah. That's good. Now, take this piece, whoop, excuse me. This could be tricky since I'm under the bridge, but okay, I got all the pieces, but I didn't get the bushes. All right. Come with me. We're gonna start over here. This. Yes, like that. Okay. And then just run this fence along this side of the train tracks over here. Still in the same group as the snake garden because I like suffering. And we'll just come along here. people, can you not tell I'm building a fence here? Take yourselves elsewhere, please. I know they're trying to look at the foxes. I know that they're trying to look at the foxes. But part of this is to prevent people from, like, walking on the tracks, and possibly to make it harder to look at the foxes from here. Because you really shouldn't be looking at the foxes from here, people. I know they're glorious, and I know they're the only foxes in the zoo currently. I think I want to extend this fence over to here. It feels weird to have a fence under a bridge, but I don't see any, like, sane place to stop it. Music! They just want to enjoy the craftsmanship from the other side of the fence. I don't know, it's just like the craftsmanship of the Arctic fox pen is much better from the place that I actually built for people to admire the foxes from. Like, over here is where I built for the train to admire the foxes from, so the train gets the best view. And if this were a real zoo, it would be a real concern that people would, you know, step onto the train tracks trying to get a better view of the foxes. Adventure time. Yeah, there's a very interesting mix of lo-fi in this particular track. I think there might even be a little Steven Universe mixed in somewhere in here as well, but there's also some people have identified music from darn it, what is the name of that the Nintendo game about having your own island? Animal Crossing. Some people have identified Animal Crossing music in this particular track mix. And of course there is the Adventure Time music. And people admiring my foxes. Where they shouldn't be admiring my foxes from, darn it. Like, I can't imagine they're getting a very good view of the foxes through the train. Yeah, I didn't forget Animal Crossing. I just completely blanked on its name there for a moment because it's just, you know, that's the way my brain's going tonight. Maybe someone painted foxes on the side of the train. I wish. If I could, I would. Unfortunately, they won't let me stick anything to the train. They'll let me change the colors, but they won't let me actually stick anything to the train, which is very unfortunate. But yes, also it is very nice to see you here, Music. I did not expect you to be awake this late, to be honest, so it's very nice to see you. As I will probably be ending the stream once I finish this fence, but for obvious reasons, I don't want to stop the fence in the middle. It is getting really hard to see because the bridge, I can't back up very far because the bridge is in the way. So getting this fence lined up with the train tracks is a bit of a... Nope. Oh, this is way too close. Please, can I be... No, I don't want to be in the bridge. The music needs to be in the bridge, not me. Sometimes I despair of the camera in this game. I'm in the... Well, I mean, all good pieces of music have a bridge. And that means that all good music has a bridge that they're in at some point. So, since you are good music, that means you must, at some point, at various times, be in the bridge. Stop booing me! You know I'm right! Oh, Muse, this train couldn't hit you if it tried. Okay, I have nearly escaped the bridge. I can tell because I can see that plant life over there. And also the ground is rising. Won't work. Trains have terrible roll to hit. Nope, no. Well, the marvelous thing about friends, Muse, is that you don't have to win with them. If somebody wins, it means it's over. It's gonna be like this the whole time in the D&D sessions. I mean, I'm going in with the intention of being nice to you. I cannot speak for any other individual who is playing, but I'm going in with the intention of being nice. I find my life is a lot happier if I do not foster an adversarial relationship with my DM. It's so much more fun to play with people than against people. Especially in D&D. Okay, I am feeling good about this fence. I am feeling very good about this fence. Eventually I'm going to decide that I should extend the fence. But then where do I stop? If I just keep going, I will never stop. So, this fence is over. The fence is done. I've put in all the fence. But yeah, we're looking pretty good on the zoo. But you see here, the artistry of the Arctic fox enclosure is available here in my glorious viewing wall of 1,000,000 windows that I put each bar on individually myself. This is actually, each of these windows, each of these bars here is actually 2 bars that I placed myself. She recreates the Great Wall of China. Now, see, that is the artistry of the Arctic fox pen. So why people choose to stand on the bridge and stare at the roof, I do not know. this is bad choices. This is, well, they particularly like standing here, which does in fact give you like a view through, but it's still just like your choices. You could come down here where there is the giant wall of windows. Yes, I know it's cold. They're Arctic foxes. Gotta make the roof a window? No, I'm not gonna make the roof a window because the roof is not intended to be seen through. Basically, the whole place is roofed in for the conceit of the snow. This way, you know, there's a roof, there's solid walls, all that sort of stuff. It's containing the snow. There's no snow outside the enclosure. You can't prove there's snow outside the enclosure. It is impossible to prove that there is any snow outside the enclosure. So, yeah. This path here was not planned, but I realized that, like, I had a dead-end path here, and I had a dead-end path over here, and I realized I could just join them together. Yay! It's just frost that drops from the windows. Oh, I mean, point out the snow, Muse. Point out the snow. Point out the snow outside. Point it out. Show it to me. Where is it? Is there any? You can't prove it. So yeah, I built this whole bridge and path thing, and then I realized that there was room to put another enclosure in here, which is why we installed the striped skunks tonight. People are really enjoying the skunks, more than I expected it. Shove Schrodinger to the front of the class. Tell her Schrodinger's gone. But yes, people are really enjoying the skunks. Personally, I'm stunned they can even see the skunks. They're so tiny. But they love the skunks. They adore the skunks. Which means that they are coming to this branch of the zoo all on their own. There's actually people coming through here. It's amazing. So yeah, the northeastern portion of the zoo is really starting to look nice. We're getting like things filled in with plants and the glorious stuff that comes along with that. Admittedly, the snake garden is still far from finished, but you know, gotta do it a bit at a time. But it's definitely looking a lot better than it used to. I particularly like this section here. Just the spiky leaves with the white trees rising out of them. I am particularly proud of that. Looks awesome in the moonlight. But yeah, I think with what I've done tonight, I could probably say that the snake garden is getting close to half done. Starting to, it looks like... Oh, thank you! It's still got areas that have not been addressed. Like the big grass fields, like is going on here. Something needs to be done about that. We want it to look more like this. Or more like what's going on underneath this big tree here. Or this beautiful patch of whatever happened that occurred over here. That really does a good job of disguising the weird shape that this slope caused. Like, there's a really weird shape to the ground underneath this, but putting in these plants, you can't even tell anymore. But yeah, there's still some expanses that haven't been addressed properly. Like, we have this area in here, and there's a whole bunch over on the other side of the tracks that hasn't really been done with yet. Like, this whole bit alongside the tracks. This has got a lovely tree, but there needs to be something under the tree. This is just completely empty and I hate it. You know, so I would say that I think I've got the majority of the trees in. Although I still see some big blank areas that are going to need some trees. And, well, this is going to be extending, but I have to do the building over here first. I won't know where to extend this forestry area until I build the habitats that go in over here. But that's not actually, like, the northeastern part of the zoo pretty much is like this side of the train tracks over here. So we are getting towards what is right and good here. Like, there does need to be a bit more plant life in here. This is a glorious tree. It is the best tree, but it's also a lot of grass. I don't like leaving a lot of grass. You might have noticed this in my talking. Expanses of grass are the enemy. I need to do something with the porcupine's front lawn. As I said earlier this evening, that I hate seeing expanses of grass that people aren't playing soccer on. And since I can't force these folks to play soccer, more's the pity, I have to fill it in with plants. No footy, no grass. Unless you're an African wild dog, in which case you get all the grass because you like it for some reason. I do not understand why so many people who run zoos sleep on the African wild dogs. Look at these beauties. Oh, you're gorgeous. Not enough people come to see my African wild dogs. Admittedly, they're very hard to see because this is a massive area and there's only 2 sets of windows. But still. But yeah, there's still large areas of the zoo that need work. Like, the lake is still very naked. It looks like a dead lake. I wanted to make it look more like a living lake. And there's the whole front lawn of the castle. But at least this section of the zoo it's looking much closer to being finished now. Like, if I look at it this way, that looks pretty awesome. And how are my wolverines doing? Boys? Hello? Gentlemen? Are you both in your burrow? Oh yeah, you're both in there. It's as magical as any Hogwarts. I will take that as a compliment. Okay, Patrick. Okay, fine. You're gonna do it like that? Fine, we're gonna look at the... Where is it? There we are. Burrow cam! There we are. My giant weasels. Canada has all the best megafauna. But yeah, I'm getting quite happy with this part of the zoo. The northeastern portion is starting to look much more like a finished area. Got to go to bed. Message you real quick. Alright. Well, I'm just overviewing and being proud of things. It's what I tend to do at the end of each of my Planet Zoo streams. It's also a way that I help myself to decide what to do next on the next stream. The main problem here is that I don't know what I'm gonna do on the next stream. I definitely need to work some more on the snake garden, but I'm not gonna spend the entire stream working on the snake garden. That would be, that way lies madness. Maybe I should come in here and start building the fake habitats. There's a number of habitats for animals that don't actually exist in the game but are nocturnal that I intend to put in. Like we have the southern opossum here, very handsome fellow that I got out of the workshop, but needs an enclosure, and that's how I intend to fill in around the timber wolves, because these areas, they're too small for actual habitats. And I already have plans for my other exhibits, so I can't really put exhibits in there either. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be putting in some fake habitats with these beautiful animals that have been created and put up in the workshop, like the gray-bellied night monkey. Should be proud. It looks lovely. Thank you, Muse. That's odd. When did my light get turned off? But yeah, I have a bunch of habitats that I intend to put in around here. So maybe I'll start work on that. And also work on the snake garden. Because yeah, there's a lot to be done still in the zoo. There's still more animals to be installed, but I'm trying to work on, you know, giving the finishing touches to the places that I've already put in. I don't want to leave great big unfinished swaths and then be like, I've put in all the animals that I intend to put in, now I'm going to spend the next 8 streams, you know, fussily placing plants for y'all. No, I want to do a mix. So I think that next week I'm going to come in and I'm going to make a habitat box for these gray-bellied night monkeys, who are probably going to stay on their branch because that's just going to be the most convenient way to do this, but have a box built around it that looks more like someplace that, you know, a monkey would live and be looked after. I hope. I haven't built a fake habitat ever, so this is going to be a learning process. It should be interesting. So we're going to start with the night monkeys because look at their little faces. And we'll go on from there. So what I will do is I'm going to save. Make sure you save manually. There are auto saves, but you never know when the last one was. And this is where I'm going to call it a night for tonight. I'm feeling really accomplished. A lot of stuff looks really good. A lot of stuff got done tonight. And if you want to see the things that I didn't do tonight but that I did previously, well, good news. They're on my YouTube channel, which I've just linked to in the chat. There's a playlist there specifically for Planet Zoo, so you can go through and you can watch the entire evolution of the Nocturne Zoo from a spooky zoo that I started in October to I'm just going to build a nocturnal zoo until I'm done, which is what I'm doing now. So there's the whole process and everything, and my original castle is available on there. My original castle was not very castle-like. It was very wee. Now it's a lot less small. But if you really want to see me again live, well, good news. I will be back again on Wednesday night at as close to 7 p.m. as we get enough people to form a game. I will be playing either Among Us or Scribble It or 100% Orange Juice with my friends. Among Us is the game that we play when we have the largest number of people, and and 100% Orange Juice is the game that we play when we have the smallest number of people, because it's a board game that's 4 players or less. That's basically Anime Mario Party, where each of the 100 characters has their own little power. The dice hate absolutely everybody, and me especially, and the cards change the rules. It is chaotic madness. It is wonderful to watch, I promise. Or if we have too many people for 100% orange juice and not quite enough for Among Us, well, that's when we play Scribble It, which is a Pictionary game where one person draws, everyone else tries to guess what that person is drawing, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins the game. And then around 10:15 or 10:20 or so usually, when my friends abandon me because they actually sleep at night, which is not a thing that I've done in a long time, well, that's when I'm going to be switching over to Power Wash Simulator because my new mouse still hasn't arrived. So I will be continuing on the career path in Power Wash Simulator with the glorious sounds of ASMR flowing water and the dings that cause the dopamine of things being clean. And we'll see what I'm asked to clean and how long it will take me to actually clean those things. It should be spectacular. And then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3, where I will be continuing to do things that I maybe shouldn't be doing, but we'll see. I seem to be doing the plot a little bit out of order at the moment, which hopefully will not come back to bite me too much. But the problem is I'm fighting a lot of zombies, so if they do bite me, oh, what a wonderful time for an ad break. Thank you, Moobot. Okay, that's, if I can just keep babbling for a minute. Well, in Baldur's Gate, I kind of avoided going back to the tower full of cultists, and I said I will go anywhere but the tower, except that I've ended up in a place with more cultists. So I can't win on that. So the question at this point is whether to take a rest while standing in front of someone who could be very dangerous to me, or whether to go and speak to that dangerous person without taking a rest, or whether to just not speak to that person at all and just leave. And I can't choose. And hopefully I will choose by Sunday, but we will see. I saved off because I didn't want to make the decision, but the problem is that now future me has to make that decision. And while she's a very competent lady, I push a lot of decisions onto her. So we'll see what she decides. I honestly don't know what she's thinking. You know, I'm not her yet. We'll see. And then on Monday night, next Monday, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo for Management Monday, where I'm going to build an enclosure for these night monkeys and continue putting plants into the snake garden and hopefully, you know, getting a bit more stuff done. Because, you know, getting things done, yes. Stopping things in the middle and saying I'll come back to them later and then getting back to them like a month or two later, which is what's been happening with my central courtyard, which I haven't actually gotten back to yet since October, December, January, February, 4 months. It's been 4 months and I still don't know what to do with that central courtyard. Well, I'll figure something out eventually someday for that, but I know what the short-term plan is, and the short-term plan is to make a box for these monkeys, a beautiful, beautiful box for these monkeys, and work some more on the snake garden in making it into a garden and less of a field, and we'll see what else I get up to. Probably making these enclosures around the Timberwolves is going to take plenty of time, but we'll see. So that is the upcoming schedule for my week, everything that I have planned to do and everything that I am going to be playing. I said that in the wrong order, but it's done now and I'm not going back and repeating myself. So, you know what? Whether I do things in the right order or whether I actually do the things that I plan or not, I still have a lot of fun. And I've had so much fun tonight. And I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night.